केशावधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशावधृता नरहरिरूपा जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय श्रील प्रभुपाद 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 निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल जय श्री नृसिंहदेव भगवान की भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की श्रील प्रभुपाद की हरि हरि बोल
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 Hare Hare. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you very much for being with us here on Christmas Day. We are continuing with our program here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So very shortly, there will be opportunity to ask questions on the Bhagavad Gita. So we have Madan Prabhu, he will be facilitating a Gita class. So he will maybe present something, and then you can ask questions on the Gita. Very shortly also, within a few days, this time next week, there is an opportunity to recite the whole of the Bhagavad Gita with the devotees, all 700 verses. How many of you have recited the Gita? Just a few of you. How many have recited at least few verses? Okay? Maybe a few more of you. So there is an opportunity to recite all the verses, all 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita. And at the end of each adhyaya, each chapter, there will be explanation, a brief explanation on what that chapter is about. What does it mean in our lives? How to apply it in our lives so we can be happy, we can be successful, we can be peaceful. How many of you are looking for peace, success, happiness? Okay. Maybe just 4 or 5 of you. You're not sure about the others. Okay. So there is this amazing opportunity next Sunday here. So you can participate. And there's also opportunity to also sponsor some Bhagavad Gitas. Okay. So there's not much time left, but you can sponsor some Bhagavad Gitas. So these Bhagavad Gitas, then you can take for your friends and family, or you can leave it with us and we'll distribute it in hospitals. We can distribute them in prisons, in libraries, doctors' surgeries, so different places like that. So please do take this opportunity, both of these opportunities. There is more information available in the reception. You can find out also information on this pamphlet here as well. So that's available in the reception. Otherwise, you can just approach here at the front and you can take a pamphlet from me. Once again, thank you very much for being here. And the next Aarti is going to be at 4:20 p.m. However, because it's a special day today, we're going to continue having darshan of the Lordships more or less throughout the day. So please do stay with us in the temple room. And there is prasad available if some of you are feeling hungry, right? Prasadam is also more or less available throughout the day as well, right now, and also later on in the evening as well, afternoon, evening. Okay, and there's many more amazing things to do and participate here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. We have School of Bhakti, we have the cows to see and feed, right? There's many books available, right, for you to find out about Krishna consciousness, right? About Krishna, yes. Beautiful gardens. There's also amazing walks around the lake. So many amazing things. So please do get in touch with the devotees, and take opportunity of all these amazing things that are available here. Hare Krishna. So please do stay with us. Just turn around towards Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Panchatattva here, right? And we're going to have the Vyasasana just about here, right, facing you. The speaker will face you, and then in that way, when you turn left, you will see the Lordships, and when you turn right, you will see Srila Prabhupada. When you look at the front, in front of you, you'll be facing the speaker and hearing the Bhagavad Gita. So in that way, you won't be missing out anything, okay? So please do stay with us and just give us a couple of moments as we set up for the Bhagavad Gita discussion class and also questions and answers. Prabhu, would you mind helping just setting up the Vyasak, and then you can help with Jai Radha. Vyasasana is just there.
I do not play the instrument. I do not play it, so I can just do it like that. You want me to play from my own? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. So welcome to the Bhaktivedanta Manor, and also welcome to the Sunday Bhagavad Gita class. It's really good to see you all on this special day, because this is really, like also a day when the world celebrates the birth of Jesus. What we are going to do today is to really look at what's the real meaning of yoga, and as like Krishna explains, and there will be a couple of verses that I'll be using to help us understand what is yoga. But before that, let's really begin with a short kirtan, and please do join me. How many of you know the Kirtan Jai Radha Madhav? Can I have a show of hands? A little bit? Okay. So please do join me. So I will start and then you can follow. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Thank you all and welcome for those who just joined. So this is the Sunday Gita class. And today we are going to be looking at understanding the true meaning of yoga. So before I really get started off, I just want to ask you all, how many of you practice yoga regularly? Okay, I can see a few. Thank you. So what does yoga mean to you? Connection to the Lord? Anything else? Please go ahead. What do you want to say? Yes, indeed. Taking care of your body, okay? This young gentleman says taking care of the body. Connecting with your soul. Peace of mind. Relaxation, yes. Happiness. Thank you. Yes, indeed, it's all of that. However, a lot of it are the benefits, but the ultimate benefit is what, like Mataji mentioned, which is about connecting with yourself. Yoga in Sanskrit means yog, and yog is to unite. So, and this unity is with yourself, but also very importantly, it's with the Paramatma, the super soul. So the connection with divinity is what is yoga. However, in today's world, we see yoga being used in very different forms. You can see that it's a lot more physical. And of course, there is peace of mind, which Prabhuji mentioned, which is important because you need to have a peace of mind before you can really connect with divinity. But usually people stop there and they don't really continue forward. And today what we are really going to do is to see what Krishna says about yoga. And for this, we are going to be using two verses from chapter 6, Bhagavad Gita. I don't know if any of you, would you like to see, it's also in Veda base. So if you really want to look at these verses, you can also do. Now I'm going to recite this in Sanskrit, then we will do the word-by-word translation. We'll read the translation, we'll read the purport, and then we will have a discussion. And what I'll also do is to share a couple of examples of what who a perfect yogi can be. And there is also a nice analogy of a sparrow, which I will talk about in a little while. So before that, let's invoke the Lord. So please do join me in saying, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om na Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yaha Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Niragnir Na Chakriyaha. We'll repeat this one more time. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karoti Yaha Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Niragnir Na Chakriyaha. Shri Bhagavanuvacha, the Lord said, Anashritaha, without taking shelter, karma phalam, of the result of work, karyam, obligatory, karma, work, karoti, performs, ya, one who, saha, he, sannyasi, in the renounced order, cha, yogi, also, yogi, mystic, cha, also, na, not, nihi, without, agnihi, fire, na, nor, cha, also, akriyaha, without duty. Now we'll read the full translation, and you can even close your eyes and meditate, because these are the words of the Lord. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. I'm going to repeat this once again. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. Please join me in the Mangalacharan. So how many of us know the Mangalacharan? Okay, so feel free to just join me. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swampadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragutanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakambitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute तप्त कंचन गौरंगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नम ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पश्यता दिशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधरा शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. The purport for verse 1. In this chapter, the Lord explains that the process of the eightfold yoga system is a means to control the mind and the senses. However, this is very difficult for people in general to perform, especially in the age of Kali. Although the eightfold yoga system is recommended in this chapter, the Lord emphasizes that the process of karma yoga or acting in Krishna consciousness is better. Everyone acts in this world to maintain his family and their paraphernalia, but no one is working without some self-interest, some personal gratification, be it concentrated or extended. The criterion of perfection is to act in Krishna consciousness and not with a view to enjoying the fruits of work. To act in Krishna consciousness is the duty of every living entity because all are constitutionally parts and parcels of the Supreme. The parts of the body work for the satisfaction of the whole body. The limbs of the body do not act for self-satisfaction but for the satisfaction of the complete whole. Similarly, the living entity who acts for the satisfaction of the supreme whole and not for personal satisfaction is the perfect sannyasi, the perfect yogi. The sannyasis sometimes artificially think that they have become liberated from all material duties and therefore they cease to perform Agnihotra yajnas, which is the fire sacrifices. But actually, they are self-interested because their goal is to become one with the impersonal Brahman. Such a desire is greater than any material desire, but it is not without self-interest. Similarly, the mystic yogi who practices the yoga system with half-open eyes, ceasing all material activities, desires some satisfaction for his personal self. But a person acting in Krishna consciousness works for the satisfaction of the whole without self-interest. A Krishna conscious person has no desire for self-satisfaction. His criterion for success is a satisfaction of Krishna, and thus he is the perfect sannyasi or perfect yogi. Lord Chaitanya, the highest perfectional symbol of renunciation, prays in this way: Na danam, na janam, na sundarim, kavitam va jagat isi kamaye, mama janmani janmanishware, bhavatad bhaktir ahaituki tvai. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor to enjoy beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. What I want only is the costless mercy of your devotional service in my life, birth after birth. That is Prabhupada's purport. So, such a beautiful way of starting off this discussion. So, what I would like to ask you all is, how many of you know about the 8 limbs of yoga? Have you heard of Patanjali Sutra? You have heard? Would you want to share what those 8 limbs are? Okay, that's fine. So there are 8 limbs of yoga, and I'm just going to give a very brief introduction to them, and then look at how that relates to what Krishna said. So the 8 limbs of yoga begins with Patanjali has said that for you to be able to achieve samadhi, which is that enlightenment, which is like the highest self-actualization, you need to follow through 8 steps. The first one is yama. Yama is anything which has got to do with chapter 6. Chapter 6, first chapter, for first verse. What is the name of the chapter is Dhyana Yoga. Dhyana Yoga. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. And please feel free to ask any questions because let's try to make it as interactive as possible. So the first one is yama. Yama is essentially anything that you abstain from. So, for example, we hear about non-violence, ahimsa, because you don't want to do violence with any living entity. So that's one form of yama. And then there are a few more examples. Then we have niyama. Niyama are how can I truly build my strength of character? How can I really become a better human being so that we can really connect with divinity? So that's also something that we keep aspiring for. And some examples of that could be how clean we are. So cleanliness is one example. Even self-study, for example, learning the Gita. For example, when you're reading a sloka, listening to a lecture, you are actually performing a kind of a niyama. So that's the second step. The third step is something that we are familiar with. I will come to the karma yoga in a while. I will come to that. I'll come to that. So currently, what we are going through is the Ashtang Yoga, which is the 8 limbs, and that's what that's what Patanjali has spoken about. So and then I'll link up to what is shared in the Gita. So if you can just I'll complete those 8, and then I'll draw the linkage. Yes. I'll come to that. Yes. True. Yeah. So we'll come to that. So we'll complete this 8 and then we'll come to that. Looks like you're quite yeah. They don't mix, but allow me to just come back on that. I'll come to the Dhyan Yoga shortly. So the third one is what we understand as asana, and that's really the physical postures that we normally learn in any yoga class. That's typically how you begin your yoga practice. The fourth is pranayam, which is about breathing techniques. So that is really about trying to connect with the prana shakti, which is really, and that's how, and a lot of the yogis, they also look at using chakras to be able to really build that particular understanding. So that's the fourth. The fifth one is, these are the 4 which are quite physical and mental, but then as you really go forward, you really come to what Mataji is talking about, which is really about connecting more with yourself, and that's where the meditative part of it comes in. But before you practice meditation, one of the key things that you do need to do is to withdraw your senses. Because if you have too much of a desire, if you're too distracted by what's going on in the world, then you can't really, you can't really feel peaceful within the heart. So the fifth one, which is pratyahara, is really about sense control. And then the sixth one, which is dharana, is when you start really getting into that meditative mode. That's where really you become a bit more absorbed. You turn your you turn your forces inward rather than outward. And then we have the seventh one, which is dhyana, which is really what Madhuri is talking about, and that's where you get a lot more involved in a meditative way inside yourself, because that's how you're truly building a connection with yourself and with the Supreme. And eighth is when you look at samadhi. Now samadhi is really the highest form, and in Buddhism it's called like nirvana, it's enlightenment, etc. But that's really the highest form of yoga. So now that I have mentioned these 8 limbs, let me ask you this question: how easy or difficult do you think it is? It is very right. There is a solution to it. Yeah. Exactly. So in today's world, I mean, because if you look at in chapter 6, Krishna talks a lot about Ashtanga Yoga. And, he tells that, we should be living in a secluded place. We should also, he gives a lot of, details about how we sit, how we, on what we sit, how do we really engage, etc. But then in the age of Kali, it's not very easy because can you think of yourself going to the forest? It's not some. Can you think of yourself being in a secluded place? It's kind of difficult, and hence that's where, as Mataji was saying, you don't really have to worry about following all the 8 steps because many of the yogis, they try to get that mystic powers because like many of them, they go to the Himalayas, they try to I'll just they try to get those mystical powers, and you keep hearing a lot about those yogis as well. But are they truly yogis? Is that really where the true meaning of yogi lies? No. What did we hear about what's yoga? It's about connecting with the divinity. And if it's connecting with divinity, then you don't really have to follow all these steps. So all you have to do is to get into karma yoga, which is action in Krishna consciousness. And that's what I think Mataji was also trying to say. I'm sorry, I thought you had your hand raised. Yeah.
It's an internal process. So it's not you run away from the world, but you can still live in the world and yet be not attached.
Absolutely.
I don't think we need to do it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to really go to the forest. And what does the Gita talk about? What are the 3 main yogas that the Gita speaks about? And Karma Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. So do you know which chapters describe which of those? The first 6 chapters, they describe which yoga? Karma Yoga, which is really action in Krishna consciousness. And what about this second, like 7 to 12? What do they? Yeah, Jnana Yoga. Is it? Bhakti Yoga. So 7 to 12 is actually Bhakti Yoga. And how about 13 to 18? That is Dhyana Yoga. So basically, like what Krishna has said is that he begins with talking to Arjuna about the Karma Yoga, which is to do your prescribed duties, but then do it keeping me in the center. Do it with renunciation of the fruits of your actions. So don't worry about the fruits. Just do what you're supposed to be doing. Like how he tells Arjuna, your duty is to fight because you're a Kshatriya. So please do fight. And if you do not do that, then that means that you're not performing your prescribed duty, and that's not what he would recommend. 7 to 12 is Bhakti Yoga, where Krishna really talks about. This is where the entire feeling of surrender to me, and pay obeisances to me, and that's sufficient. And then of course then the last 6 is really around Dhyana yoga, which is really about like building your knowledge, because if you build your knowledge, then you can really develop the desire to know about Krishna. And that desire is very, very important for us to be able to make any progress. So what Krishna does say is that while in this particular chapter he talks about the eightfold like process, but he said you don't really have to go through all of that. All you do is surrender yourself and really come to me. And there are a couple of examples that Prabhupada has mentioned here, which I would like to talk about. One is Ambarish Maharaj. How many of us know who Ambarish Maharaj is? Yeah. So we hear about it in the Bhagavatam. Now he's quite a good example of who a perfect yogi is, because we're really trying to look at who's a perfect yogi, and this is in Canto 9, Chapter 4, verses 18 to 20. So I will just read out the English translation. So King Ambarisha, first of all, engaged his mind on the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Then, one after another, he engaged his words in describing the transcendental qualities of the Lord, his hands in mopping the temple of the Lord, his ears in hearing of the activities of the Lord, his eyes in seeing the transcendental forms of the Lord, his body in touching the bodies of the devotees, his sense of smell in smelling the scents of the lotus flowers offered to the Lord, his tongue in tasting the tulsi leaf offered at the lotus feet of the Lord, his legs in going to places of pilgrimage and the temple of the Lord, his head in offering obeisances unto the Lord, and his desires in executing the mission of the Lord. All these transcendental activities are quite befitting a pure devotee. So if you want to really look at the true meaning of yoga, if you want to really look at what really is the highest form of yoga, it's not about going to a secular place. It's really about what King Ambarish was doing. So his is a perfect example of what we can do in terms of evoking that desire and that love for Krishna. How easy or difficult it is for us to practice Krishna consciousness in our day-to-day life? Is it easy? Is it difficult? We can get into it. This is much easier to do. And what are some of the activities that you hear? I mean, here in ISKCON, what are some of the activities that we do today that really helps us develop our Krishna consciousness? Chanting is a good way. And how many of us chant in the mornings? Sometimes, okay, that's fine. But then, so when you chant, what do you feel? Feel happy, feel peaceful, connecting with the God, yeah. So whenever you meditate on the name of the Lord, you really, there's a part which really makes you feel connected, and you can say, I want to do this more and more. And that's really where getting that higher taste comes in. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll be very curious to find an answer. Can we completely negate our senses? Can we completely negate our actions? It's not possible. Why? Why would you say that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, very true. So we have our mind, we have our senses, but it's not really easy for us to completely go away with that, because the Buddhist and some of the other philosophies is that for example, they say some of the meditative practices say, do not think. Now, can you tell your mind not to think? Exactly. It's like saying, I'm going to tell you, please, okay, whatever it is, please do not think of the blue monkey. And and the moment I say, do not think of the blue monkey, your mind is exactly going to be thinking of the blue monkey, and you're probably going to hear this even after the class as well. So going on to say that our natural propensity of the mind is to actually have those thoughts, and even our senses will have those those desires. But what Krishna says is to try to channelize it from focusing on the material things for sense gratification to really looking at the things towards Krishna. So if you were to look at the activities, you come to the temple, you pay obeisances to the Lord, you see how beautiful, the lordships are. And then you listen to lectures like these. You also study, you do some self-study on your own. You also build your understanding. you can do service, because there are so many services that you could do within the temple. You could do service with the School of Bhakti. I can see some of you all already do a lot of services. So those are things by which you can really, channelize your senses and your mind towards doing something for Krishna. And why it's important is that we all are part and parcels of Krishna, but we have forgotten that because we have come to this world of Maya. And we have two choices, because we always will be serving. Service is pretty much, in the mentality of any soul. And the question is, are you going to be serving Krishna, or are you going to be serving Maya? So the choice is yours. So, but the service you're going to be doing anyway, because you're anyway going to be serving maybe the community, you'll be serving your colleagues, your manager, you could be serving your parents, you could be serving your children at some point. So we will be spending our lifetime serving, but then can we really devote some of that service towards Krishna? And the more you do that, the more you find that inner sense of peace, and that's what a true yogi is all about. And what's very important for that is determination. And I've got another example which I want to talk about, which is quite a nice example. And this is an example of a sparrow. And as for determination, one should follow the example of the sparrow who lost her eggs in the waves of the ocean. A sparrow laid her eggs on the shore of the ocean, but the big ocean carried away the eggs on its waves. The sparrow became very upset and asked the ocean to return her eggs. The ocean did not even consider her appeal, so the sparrow decided to dry up the ocean. She began to pick out the water in her small beak, and everyone laughed at her for her impossible determination. The news of her activities spread, and at last Garuda, the gigantic bird carrier of Lord Vishnu, heard it. He became compassionate towards his small sister bird, and so he came to see the sparrow. Garuda was very pleased by the determination of the small sparrow, and he promised to help. Thus Garuda at once asked the ocean to return her eggs, lest he himself take up the work of the sparrow. The ocean was frightened at this and returned the eggs. Thus the sparrow became happy by the grace of Garuda. So this is a good example of how it's important to have the determination, because the practice of yoga, especially Bhakti Yoga and Krishna consciousness, it may appear to be a very difficult job. It's not. It may not be. It may because getting up early in the morning, doing chanting. When you're so busy with so many other activities, it's something that doesn't always come, easy to us. But anyone who follows the principles with great determination, the Lord will surely help, because he will value the determination, like Garuda, value the determination of the sparrow. And even if your efforts are a little small, he will take 10 steps towards making that help you. So that's truly what a yogi is. A true yogi, and the true meaning of yoga is not about getting into most convoluted postures, not getting into hot yoga, which is quite a strange way of looking at yoga, because yoga is all about peace and meditation. But when you look at hot yoga, when you have everybody sweating it out, etc., you can't really connect with yoga. And most of the times in today's world, yoga has become a lot more physical, mental, but then we do need to think of it as a means to help us develop a healthy body, develop practices, develop a yogic way of living, so that we can actually reach our ultimate destination, which is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And it's quite simple. Chant every day, listen to books, have prasadam, come to the temple, visit the temple, do some services. It's much easier than going to the forest, having those austerities done, etc. Krishna doesn't tell that you have to make your life very difficult to reach me. And you can really weave that into your life even today so beautifully, isn't it? So that's the beauty of Krishna consciousness. So we have a couple of minutes. So any questions, any reflections? what can children do? So I come from. Yeah, yeah. So in fact, the sooner you start, the better it is, because we should be quite privileged to know that we have come in this human body, because that allows us to develop our consciousness. Because if you're born as animals, if you're born as a different living entity, you don't really get that benefit of being able to work upon it. So the sooner you start, the better. Although I do come from a culture where most of the times like you start off your religious activities or your spiritual activities only after you reach a certain age. But then I think that's really time wasted. So the sooner you start, the better it is. And the way you could do is that, for example, the manor does have Krishna club, and there are lots of activities that happens within your respective communities. So it's good to really just ask your children to attend those classes on a regular basis. Because one key thing that I have always found is that the way we lead our lives, there are so many distractions, and it's important to have some set patterns, some set structures. For example, you have study time, you have like work time, etc. So similarly, you should also look at developing that spiritual knowledge. You should set aside some time, like maybe a couple of hours a week, etc. And then you can keep building upon that. So so one way which you could do is to join some of the activities like Krishna club, etc. Get them to the temple, and they learn a lot by the parents role modeling them. So when you demonstrate those behaviors, when you attend those lectures, when you also talk to them in a very empathetic manner, in a very kind manner, and then constantly keep praying, and maybe you could also have a bit of fun associated with it. You can say, okay, allow me to take a quiz on the Gita, because in one of the sanghas that we had done on Gita Jayanti, there were quite a few children who were there, and we tried to build that appreciation of Gita by just doing a quiz. And that was quite quite well received. So you have to try some very fun ways of getting them engaged, because obviously we knew that we were children, and when we were children, we found that we were always getting distracted by so many things. But if you really can get a little bit of that mind space right at the start, then you're really building them as not only citizens of the global citizens, but also as devotees. It's in the Bhaktivedanta Manor, but I think there are also local, clubs. Local activities that also happen. So there are some, information that you can find in the, in our website, in the Manor website. But then you can also, speak to some of the devotees. Yeah, there will be some local clubs as well, because I know East London also have some activities, etc. So it really depends on where you live, but I think you can really start off. And if there is no Krishna club happening, then you could start on your own and get some friends together and just children meet for about a week or something. Yeah, once a week. You could, yeah, you could do that, yeah. Because I know the Krishna Club, I do believe that because of the COVID, things didn't become. It used to be like in person, but I think that was restricted. But now I believe they have started off again. Yeah, yeah. No problem. Any other questions? Okay. So can we then maybe just say the Mahamantra 3 times? So maybe we can all close our eyes and meditate on the name of the Lord, and do this with our most sincerity, and pray that our the seed of bhakti that's there within our heart is something that we can blossom into something very beautiful. So please join me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you all so much for joining and enjoy the rest of your time in the manor. If you have not had prasadam, please do. And I think the weather is good. You can also take a walk by the lake, etc. So, Hare Krishna. You want me to set this up yourself?
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Do you have anybody accompany you on the...
They have only, not yet, they've arranged for me to do 2 hours, but I don't know who's
This is coming,
accompanying.
okay. Okay, so till anybody come, I can just at least join in the karma.
Yes, please, most grateful. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pajarine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschadhyale Sadadine Gauravani Pajarine Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Gaura Hari Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Gaura Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Shri Radha. Jai Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Shri Radha. Jai Sri Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jai Sri Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jai Sri Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jai Sri Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jai Gaurani Dai, Gaurani Dai, Gaurani Dai, Jai Gaurani Dai. Jai Gaurani Dai, Gaurani Dai, Gaurani Dai, Jai Gaurani Dai. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hariva, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariva, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariva, Nitai Gaura Hariva, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariva. Hariva, 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 Hare Krishna. Gokulananda ki jai, jai Ji Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, jai Shri Gaurani Dai ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you for chanting, everyone. Hare Krishna.
Anyway, Hare Krishna. Okay, so welcome everybody to Bhaktivedanta Manor, and we wish you a Hare Krishna, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Yeah? So, did anybody notice this Rudolph the reindeer? Yeah? No, they couldn't see the snow outside, so you couldn't see his hoof prints. Anyway, so the deity is wearing beautiful outfits today, like Christmassy colors, you know. So thank you so much for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor today. So I think, who's come here for the first time today? Oh, okay. What's your name? Shreyans. Yeah. And where did you come from today?
Well, I come from Coventry.
Coventry, okay. And who else? What's your name? Gayatri. And from Coventry also? Harrow. Okay, yeah. So Harrow is just nearby. Okay. Anybody else first time? From where?
Chaitanya from Wembley.
From Chaitanya from Wembley. Okay. Nice name. And what's your name?
From Wembley.
Okay, very nice. So Wembley, Harrow, Coventry, and what's your name? Gopika, and where are you from? Mayapur. Okay, welcome. So first time to Bhakti.
I also just come from Berlin.
You just come from another world, yeah?
Yeah, another world.
So sometimes people are in another world. Sometimes they come, but their mind is somewhere else. You know? So that's why they say, "Be here now." You know. So like when Nonira was chanting so nicely kirtan, and we were all participating, and I saw many of you were absorbing, you know, closing our eyes and going deep, you know. So then, whenever we are doing any spiritual activity, especially when we come to the deities and we come to glorify Krishna, and we have to give it our wholehearted attempt, you know, because you only get out what you put in, you know. So if we chant and hear nicely, and our mind is also here, then we get the full benefit. Otherwise, if we are sitting in one place, but our mind is somewhere else, then we get some benefit, but it's not the same. So just like sometimes they cook a big feast and they make many preparations of food. So we're sitting there and we're eating, but then we're looking at the next prep that's coming. So our attention is on the next prep, so we're not really experiencing the prep that we're eating. So then that one comes, and then we're looking at the next prep. So we never really get a full experience because we're always thinking about. So in Gita, Krishna says that one who is hankering or lamenting, they cannot be peaceful, you know. Na sochati, na kanchati, sama sarveshu bhuteshu, mad bhaktim labate param. So if we are hankering for something, then we can't be peaceful because we're thinking, I want that. Or if we're lamenting about something in the past that we didn't do or we did do, or then it's in the past, so we're living in the past. So then our attention is not here in the present. So if you look above Swami Prabhupada's altar, up there, the last picture on the right, who can tell me the name of that personality? Anyone from Mayapur can tell me? Anyone tell me the name of that personality on the extreme right at the top?
Bhaktivedanta Thakur.
Jai Haribol. Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. So he is the father of Srila Prabhupada's guru. Srila Prabhupada's guru is Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj. And then there's Gaur Kishore Das Babaji. So Bhaktivedanta Thakur, he wrote over 100 literatures, 100 books on Vedic philosophy and devotion and bhakti, and he also wrote many poems. He was actually a magistrate during the British Raj in India, and he was very, very well respected. And in one of his poems he writes, "Forget the past that sleeps, and ne'er the future dream at all, for live in times that are with thee, and progress you shall call." So what does that mean? Of course it's in Old English, but what does that mean? Anybody tell me? What? Yes, very good, yeah. So live in times that are with thee, what you're doing now, then you'll make progress. Otherwise, if you're dreaming about something that's happened in the past, you can't go back now and change it, because when the time is ticking, it's gone, yeah. At the end of tomorrow, does anybody know about tomorrow? Who knows about tomorrow, you know? You know, is it going to be snowing? Is it going to be windy? Is it going to be this or that? You know. So we can have some idea, but no one knows about tomorrow. So rather than speculate about the future and to worry about things that we can't do anything about, better to use your energy to be here now and do something now. You know. So that's called living in the present. You know. So Bhagavad Gita is teaching that. Sama sarveshu bhuteshu. We are living in the present rather than lamenting. Na sochati, na kanchati. So then we can be peaceful. So everybody is looking for peace and they're looking for happiness. But Krishna says that bhoktanam yagna tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridham sarvabhutanam gyantvamam shantim richati. So who knows what the translation for that verse is in English? Yeah, have you got? Do you know it? You know? Okay, so it says, what does Bhoktaram? He says, I am the supreme enjoyer. Yagna tapasam. He says, I am the beneficiary of all sacrifices. Sarva loka maheshwaram. I am the lord of all planetary systems. Suridham sarva bhutanam. I am the best well-wishing friend of all living entities. Suridham sarva bhutanam. Gyantva mam shantim richati. Those who know that the Supreme Lord Krishna is the supreme enjoyer, he is the beneficiary of all sacrifices, he is the supreme controller of all demigods and all planets, they can get peace from the pangs of material miseries. They can be peaceful. So that's called, I think it's chapter 5, text number 27 in the Gita, and it's called the peace formula verse. So if we think that I am the supreme controller, I am the supreme enjoyer, I am the Lord of all I survey, and everything is meant for me, then we're trying to compete with Krishna. So then we'll never be peaceful. So we have a nice lake here. So if I get many pebbles and I throw them into the lake, then they're making many ripples and all the ripples are colliding with each other. But if I throw one pebble, then the ripples are uniform. They don't collide. So then if we want to be peaceful, if we want to be happy, and we want to be progressive in our life, then what we do is we put the Lord in the center and we accept that He is the supreme proprietor and He's the supreme controller and the supreme enjoyer, and we do our activities for His pleasure. Then we will be happy, we will be peaceful, because we are tiny part and parcel of that supreme Lord, you know. Mamai vamso jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana. We are eternal fragmental part and parcels of that supreme Lord. So when we act in connection, in service to the Supreme, then we become happy as well. Just like when you water the root of the tree, then you don't have to go to every leaf and branch and flower automatically. So when we serve and glorify Krishna, then automatically we are doing the best for everyone and everything in the whole universe, and we become happy as well. So I'll give you an example. So sometimes we say, well, I don't want to serve Krishna, I just want to enjoy, I want to be the center, I want to be the center of attention, and so like, if I get a samosa and my hand says, look, I'm serving the mouth all the time and the stomach is enjoying, so like nowadays there's a lot of strikes going on, yeah? The postal workers, the nurses, the trains, everyone. So the hand says, I'm going to go on strike, you know. I'm serving the stomach all the time, I want to enjoy it myself. So if I put a samosa in my hand, if the hand tries to enjoy the samosa, can it work? What will happen? It'll just become a mush, and the hand cannot digest the samosa anyway. But if the hand serves, they put the samosa in the mouth, and the samosa goes to the stomach, the energy will go to the hand as well. So like that, rather than in trying to enjoy independently, if we try to serve Krishna, then we will become happy and satisfied and nourished. So Bhagavad Gita is explaining all these things. So who's got a Bhagavad Gita at home? Yeah? Okay. Who's got? Come on, hands up. Yeah, don't be shy. Yeah. We've got a reindeer here. Okay, so who can tell me how many verses are in Bhagavad Gita? Anyone? How many verses? Okay. How many? 700. Wow, give him a hand. Haribo. What's your name? Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So, how old are you? 9. So he done really well. 700 verses in the Gita. That's really good. So who can tell me how many chapters are in the Bhagavad Gita? 19. Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me the name, the title of chapter 19? You know the title of chapter 19? You know the chapter title of 19? Huh? No, no. Actually, you were very close. 18 chapters. Yeah, yeah. Because sometimes I do a trick question. I say to people, "Who has read chapter 19?" So if they put their hand up, I know that they that they haven't been reading it. So I'm just we're gonna have Aarti in about 7 minutes time, and then you can all stand up and sing and dance and everything, clap your hands. But I wanted to tell you about something special to do with the Bhagavad Gita. So who was the Bhagavad Gita spoken by? Okay, and who was it spoken to? Arjuna. And where was it spoken? Okay, and what was the name of the battlefield? Kurukshetra. Very nice. Okay, so and who was the secretary of Dhritarashtra who could vision what was happening on the battlefield? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, did he have CCTV? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then there was one boy came to me. He said, "Oh, I did my driving test and I failed." And I said, "Oh, really? You failed?" He said, "I did everything. I tried my best, but then I failed." So then I said, "Did you remember Krishna while you were doing your driving test?" He said, "No, I didn't remember Krishna." I said, "Next time you do your driving test, remember Krishna, the original driver. He was driving the chariot of Arjuna, Partha Sarthi." So I said, "Remember that and you will pass." So then 1 month later, he came to me, he said, Prabhu, he said, it worked. I said, "What worked?" He said, "I remembered Krishna, the chariot driver, the original driver, and I passed my test." So like that, if we remember Krishna in all our activities, then we will pass all the tests that are there for us in our life, you know. So by remembering Krishna, we can free ourselves from so many difficulties, and we purify our consciousness. So there's a mantra that all the pujaris and those who worship, they use this mantra in puja. Om apavitro pavitro va sarva vastam gutopi va yat smaret pundarik aksham sava bhayantara suchi Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. Can anybody tell me the English translation of that mantra? Yeah. Om apavitro va. Okay, so I'll give you the English translation. Whether one is purified or one is not purified, but if one remembers that beautiful lotus-eyed Lord, Pundarik Aksha, one becomes pure. You know, such a beautiful pair. So just by remembering Krishna, we become purified. You know, what to speak of chanting his name, or to bow down, to serve him, to learn his instructions that he's giving in Bhagavad Gita, and to be able to apply those instructions in our everyday life. You know, so you know, there's so many struggles in our life. You know, there's so many struggles. We are struggling, you know, with our health sometimes. We're struggling, you know, with the economy. We're struggling with the weather. We're struggling with the mind, you know. So the mind gives us so many problems. We're struggling with other people. So miseries from other living entities, misery from natural phenomena. Like in America right now, there's heavy, heavy storms like minus 45 degrees and things like that, you know. Then there's miseries from our mind, body, and from other living entities. So, Adi Devik, Adi Atmik, Adi Bhotik. So miseries are there in the material world. So, but the only way that we can progress is that if we learn the science of Bhakti Yoga, which is explained in Bhagavad Gita, that we are eternal spirit souls, and we have a temporary material body that we're using. So most of you all came here by car, yeah? So hopefully your cars are still in the car park and they're not doing their own thing without you in the car, you know. So this body is like a car that we've been given, and we are the driver and we are the Atma, we are the soul. So as such, we are part and parcel of the eternal soul, Paramatma, Krishna, and when we engage in service to Krishna, like you were just doing in chanting and coming to a temple pilgrimage like that, then we actually make so much advancement, we become happy and peaceful. So this body, one day is going to be finished. Like your car, it might be a nice car, but at some point it'll go to the scrapyard and they'll smash it, you know. But then you get out of that car and you go into a new car, you see. The car might be a different color, it might be a different make, but you're still the same person. So the Atma is Amar, nothing can harm the soul, soul cannot be cut by any weapon, it cannot be burnt by fire, it cannot be withered by the wind, it cannot be moistened by water, it cannot be affected by snow even, you know. So it's eternal, it's antimatter because it's part and parcel of Krishna. So then we're passing through this life, but at some point we will have to undergo old age, you know, and disease and ultimately death. So, but the intelligent person who reads Bhagavad Gita, he can understand that Dehino sminita dehe komaram yovanam jara tata dehantara prapti dhirastatra namuyati, that this body is just a vehicle and we are the eternal soul and we are changing, you know, from boyhood to youth to all this, and at death we go into another body, you know. So people are so attached to the bodies, you know. Sometimes you live in a house for a long time, you become attached. But then you change, you go and move to another house, you move to another car, so we change to another body. But the soul is eternal. But while we are here, we have to do something. And what's that main thing that we have to do is develop our loving relationship with Krishna. So they said that when you go to the airport, you can spend some time in the duty-free, but don't miss the flight. Because that's the main purpose. And catching the flight means developing your love. And we'll give them out for you. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna. They haven't arrived yet. So. Yeah, I do the answer. Yeah. Huh?
Okay. See the time, let me get my watch out. Sorry.
No, don't worry. I'll send it.
Okay.
Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ji Ki Jai.
Yay. Hare Krishna. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prajarine Nirvisesha Sunyavane Paschatya Desajarine. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna. Okay, so we're asking everyone to put their arms in the air nice and high. If you can take a deep breath and repeat after me as loud as you can on this nice Christmas day. We're going to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Okay, you did very well. Give yourself a pat on the back. Okay, so the next part, we're going to do Premadwani prayer. So you can put your hands together. If you have room, you can bow down. For example, if we say Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki, you say? Yeah. Okay, that wasn't bad. Let's try it again with a bit more enthusiasm. Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki? Yeah. See, I knew you could do it. Yeah. Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Parirajagacharya Astotara Sata Sri Srimad, His loving divine grace, Abhaya Charana Arvind Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki? Shri Ananda Gaudi Vaishnava Vrinda Ki? Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki? Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhadra Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhupada Ki? Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasti Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki? Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Madan Mohan Sham Kun Radha Kun Shri Giri Govardhana Ki? Shri Gangamai Jamunamai Ki? Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi Ki? Harinam Sankirtan Yoga Dharma Ki? Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki? Shri Mathura Vrindavan Dhama Ki? Navadvip Mayapur Dhama Ki? Nilachal Jagannath Puri Dhama Ki? Shri Dwarka Puri Dhama Ki? Shri Ayodhya Dhama Ki? Shri Bhaktivedanta Manor Dhama Ki? Vaishnav Sangha Vaishnav Seva Ki? Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki? So the next part, I say all glories assembled devotees, and you say Hare Krishna. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories to the Lord of Sri, to Sri Sri, Guru and Sri Gauranga. So we humbly request everyone to take a seat. So we're going to sing the prayers to Lord Nrsingadev, whose picture is up there in the corner. He's the half-man, half-lion incarnation of Krishna, who appeared to protect Prahlad Maharaj, and he is the protector of all the devotees. Then after that, we'll continue with bhajan and kirtan. So thank you for coming on this auspicious day. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. It's okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Prahlada Dayine. Prahlada Dayine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Shilatankanakalaye. Iton Nrisimho Paraton Nrisimho yamitatam nrisimha yato yamitatam nrisimha Fakir nrisimha hridaye nrisimha Fakir nrisimha hridaye nrisimha Nrisimha madhim sharanam prapade Nrisimha madhim sharanam prapade Tavakara kamalavare Nakamadbhuta shingam Dalita Hiranyakashipur Tanubrangam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamalavare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Nrisimhadev Jaya Nrisimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jai Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Shri Prahlad Maharaj Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. श्री नृसिंहदेव भगवान प्रहलाद महाराज की जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय श्री श्री गौरनिताय की जय श्रील प्रभुपाद पतित पावन की
So thank you everyone for coming in and celebrating a Krishna conscious Christmas here. so to speak. There's no one else more beautiful than our Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ji. So I think prasadam's going to be served outside. Please don't go without having some. Oh, in the Haveli, as Prabhuji says. And thank you again for coming today. So Kirtan's going to continue till 6, and maybe there's a class at 6 till 7, and then Aarti at 7 as usual. So His Grace Prem Singh Prabhuji is going to, and what a wonderful Kirtan years we had before that. Shall we just say a big Hari Bol for them? Such a beautiful Aarti and Narsingha Aarti. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
सब बोलिए प्लीज, let's glorify our beautiful Radha Gokulananda ji.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
सब बोलिए please.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Oh,
Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe. Jai Jai Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe.
Jaya
Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe. Bolo Shri Radhe.
Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Shri Radhe.
Govind Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya.
Bolo Govind Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya.
Jai Govind Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Jai Govind Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya.
Radha Raman Hari Govind Jaya Jaya.
Nari Govinda.
Radha Raman Hari Govind
Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev.
Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
बोलो श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद भगवान जी की.
Didn't go. Yes, he's got to go.
Anyone here who does mridang, please, Radha Gokulanandini need your service. Please come and see Prabhuji. Anyone who can follow her as well, please come here. Sorry.
Okay. You'll say. Hey, yeah. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare all together Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Tagore Premanande. Thank you for praying. Anybody else play the mridanga here? You want to play? That's simple. Just a simple one. Yeah. Anybody else? Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. All together. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna all together. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Thank you. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama